Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, the agent's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. A hefty, rusted handle beckoned. It took the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air wafted up, thick with the aroma of moist earth. Descending steps vanished into darkness. They anticipated storage. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair, a lone light bulb swaying overhead. And upon the wall behind it, a sequence of photographs of them. Snapshots captured from within their very abode. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban residence amidst winter's early darkness, where bare trees loomed against the frigid sky. The aged 2-story structure, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, exuded character. They reassured themselves. Character and history. Little did they foresee the depth of history concealed within the house, or how violently it would collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the premises with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice had reported what lay beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with practiced precision. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in erratic bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, a cramped space akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a dull gray. A lone chair was anchored to the floor at the room's core. Above it, the stark bulb cast sharp shadows, swaying gently from an unseen breeze. Yet it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These span almost 4 weeks," noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the sofa, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." The inquiry uncovered no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had never alerted, nothing had been pilfered, only their privacy had been violated, along with any semblance of security the family once harbored. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints throughout the basement, most belonging to the property's former occupants. Records revealed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family departing within a year, selling at increasingly reduced prices. None had mentioned the discovery of a basement. "We must interview every previous owner," directed Connors, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more unsettling as they delved into its history. Property records bore inconsistencies, blueprints modified between sales, permits filed then retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. The breakthrough emerged during the contractor's interrogation, who had renovated the house 7 years earlier. His complexion drained upon viewing photos of the basement. "That room isn't real," he asserted, hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room save dirt and concrete." Data extracted from the memory card concealed within the light fixture unveiled hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of preceding families. Children asleep, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized observer. The case veered into a darker realm upon the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box buried in the basement's corner. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, kitchen, living room. The audio quality implied sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none surfaced during the initial search. "We must dismantle every wall," commanded Connors, urgency tinging her voice. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The culprit has been surveilling these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators uncovered a narrow passage leading to a compact monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages brimming with meticulous observations of each family residing in the house, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the property's initial builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated his demise during the house's construction, a detail casting doubt as the investigation unfolded. No death certificate had been filed, no funeral arrangements arranged. Edward Kelvin had vanished from official records. The journal's final entries grew increasingly frenzied. Phrases like, "They never cast their gaze downward," and "They never acknowledge me," recurred. The last page held a solitary sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect. Edward Kelvin had never vacated the house he erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed spaces, fabricating a maze of observation points from which he could monitor the families who assumed they dwelled alone. The pursuit spanned 3 days. They discovered him huddled within a crawlspace between the second-floor chambers, his physique lean and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passages he had fashioned within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were players in his private drama. He recounted watching them with the detached precision of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had not interacted with them, not stolen from them, not meddled in their lives directly. He had merely observed, recorded, chronicled. "They welcomed me in," he disclosed to investigators, his tone gentle and rational. "They signed the documents. They became mine." The psychological evaluation concluded Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, viewing himself as a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were mere transient guests within what he deemed his enduring abode. The Mercers never revisited the property. Like those preceding them, they deserted their possessions, salvaging only essentials in suitcases. The house sat vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation vantage points integrated into the structure itself, meticulously devised before the first brick was laid. The residence had been crafted from inception as an observatory, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin displayed no reaction. He had already withdrawn into the recesses of his mind's architecture, where he could still navigate unseen through the passages of the house that now existed solely in memory. The property was ultimately razed, its foundation excavated and filled. Yet for the families who had dwelled there, the transgression endured. They lingered, haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what lurked unbeknownst, watching, listening, recording their intimate moments from within walls they had trusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed moments, they found themselves glancing upward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, contemplating if they were truly solitary now, contemplating if they ever had been. Story 2. The old Polaroid held memories of a birthday long past, frozen smiles and flickering candles captured in time. But within the box of forgotten photos inherited by the daughter, a chilling discovery awaited. Among the familiar faces, a mysterious figure lingered in the background, a man shrouded in shadows, moving closer with each snapshot. He did not belong to the family, yet he haunted every frame, his presence unnoticed until now. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a treasure trove of faded photographs from her childhood, each one a portal to happier days. However, what should have brought comfort soon turned into a descent into darkness, a descent she never saw coming. In the first photo, he was a mere silhouette on the periphery, a silent observer during her 7th birthday celebration. By the second photo, he had crossed the threshold, creeping closer. And by the third, he stood just behind her uncle, a phantom presence unnoticed by all. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the chilling mystery unfolding before her eyes. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" she asked, her voice quivering with unease. A moment of silence hung in the air before her father's shaken response came. "What man? There should be no one there but family." Perplexed and alarmed, Sarah snapped digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father, only to receive a call back filled with disbelief. Detective Marcus Reed listened attentively as Sarah laid out the photos on his desk, the patter of rain against the windows adding to the eerie atmosphere of the precinct. With a practiced eye, the detective examined each photo, his expression unreadable. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his interest piqued by the mysterious figure's progression through the frames. As Sarah arranged the photos in sequence, a sense of foreboding filled the room. The figure's deliberate movements through the party became apparent, a silent menace inching closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final image, he loomed directly behind Sarah's childhood self, a ghostly hand reaching out into the void beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, though doubt laced his words. "My mother took these photos herself," Sarah replied, her voice tinged with a mix of fear and determination. The detective initiated a thorough investigation, reaching out to every living attendee of the party, only to find no recollection of the mysterious man's presence. Facial recognition technology proved futile, the figure expertly shrouded in each photo, as if aware of the lens capturing his movements. Yet a breakthrough came when Sarah unearthed more photos from different family gatherings, each revealing the same haunting presence lurking in the shadows, unseen but ever present. A computer specialist's enhancements unveiled chilling details: a scar, a ring, a faint reflection that led to a startling revelation. Dental records linked the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker tied to cold cases of child abductions that mirrored the timelines of the gatherings in the photos. Keller's dark past unraveled, exposing a trail of hidden horrors that spanned decades. As authorities delved deeper, they unearthed buried secrets at Keller's former residence, linking him to the disappearances of innocent children. Sarah sat alone, surrounded by the evidence that had shattered the illusions of her childhood, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. The detective's call confirmed a grim discovery: DNA confirming the identity of one of the missing children found near a vacation property. As Sarah gazed at the final birthday photo, the figure's presence loomed large, a specter of darkness finally exposed to the light of justice. The unseen threat in the family photos had been unmasked, his legacy of terror laid bare for all to see. Gathering the photos, Sarah placed them back in the box, a chilling reminder that evil can lurk in plain sight, concealed within the frames of joyous celebrations. The hidden figures, forever etched in time, moved through the frozen moments, leaving behind a trail of fear and sorrow. Yet in the end, their shadows could not withstand the piercing light of truth, revealing the sinister presence that had eluded detection for far too long. Story 3. It began with a pocket dial, a mere whisper of static and muffled sounds that could have easily been dismissed. Yet within that faint transmission, a voice emerged, cutting through the emptiness. A woman's voice, tinged with urgency and fear, uttered just a few words before being swallowed by silence. He's here, and then nothing but stillness. The call originated from an empty house, left to the mercy of time and neglect for years on end. No forced entry, no signs of disturbance, just an eerie stillness that clung to the air like a shroud. In the dimly lit kitchen, amidst the layers of dust, a phone rested on the countertop, its screen casting an ethereal glow in the darkness. It was as though time had stood still, frozen in that moment when the call was made mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself captivated by the playback of the mysterious call, listening intently for any clue that could unravel the enigma before her. The whispered words echoed in her mind, a haunting melody of desperation and impossibility. The house, once belonging to the Sullivan family, stood abandoned after a devastating fire had ravaged its west wing, prompting the family to flee. No soul had dared to inhabit its walls since then, except for the sporadic visits of a caretaker who swore by its emptiness. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former owners, only deepened the mystery. Catherine had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, her presence now lingering in the shadows of the abandoned house. As the investigation unfolded, more questions arose than answers. The phone, a relic of the deceased, seemed to defy logic by making calls from a place long forgotten. The forensic team scoured the scene for traces of the unseen, only to be met with a void of evidence. No fingerprints, no footprints, just the lingering echo of a voice from beyond. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static and breath, became the focal point of their pursuit. Voice analysis confirmed the chilling truth: it was Catherine's voice, with an unsettling 98% certainty. The timestamp aligned with the moment of her untimely demise, a convergence of past and present that defied explanation. Interviews with those who knew Catherine unearthed buried secrets and whispered suspicions. Her family, torn asunder by grief, found solace in the ghostly echo of her voice. Her former lover, Mark Jennings, stood at the center of the storm, his alibi tested and his facade crumbling under scrutiny. A breakthrough came in the form of a journal, a testament to Catherine's silent anguish and hidden fears. The pages spoke of a love twisted into possession, of a heart turned cold with jealousy and rage. The final entry, a chilling prophecy of doom, laid bare the truth that had eluded them all. Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade shattered, revealing the darkness that lurked within. The buried phone, a silent witness to his crimes, told a tale of betrayal and malice that no alibi could erase. The truth, buried deep beneath layers of deceit, rose to the surface with a clarity that could not be denied. As the net closed in on Mark, his facade crumbled, his illusions shattered by the relentless pursuit of justice. The phone, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a symbol of closure, a testament to the resilience of a voice silenced but not forgotten. In the quiet of the evidence locker, where shadows danced and whispers lingered, the phone sat silent, its battery removed, its purpose fulfilled. And yet in the stillness of the night, some swore they heard it ring a phantom echo of a voice long gone, a reminder that even in silence, the truth will find a way to speak. Story 4. In the beginning, there was a mere flicker of disturbance in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice softly murmured, "Hush, drift back to slumber." A chill ran down her spine. Swiftly she raced to her son's room, her heart thundering in her chest, only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The sole anomaly was a plush rabbit on the floor, its glossy black eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, alarmed by her cries, dialed emergency services. Upon arrival, the authorities discovered her cradling the stuffed rabbit, swaying back and forth on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace. The initial inquiry yielded few clues. No signs of forced entry marred the home. The security system stood armed throughout the night. The recorded footage from the baby monitor showed no anomalies until the enigmatic voice and static. Investigators were confounded. How could an intruder breach a locked house, snatch a child, and depart without a trace except for a displaced stuffed toy? Rebecca found herself under suspicion. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on a business trip. Strains had marred their marriage since Samuel's birth. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's battle with postpartum depression. A detective noted her composed demeanor during questioning, deeming it unsettlingly calm for a mother whose child had just vanished. Gossips fluttered through the community behind closed doors. The breakthrough came when the forensic team unearthed minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to household fabrics or the family's attire. These fibers belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder accessing the second-floor nursery from outside. The focus of the investigation shifted. Surveillance footage from neighboring homes unveiled a shadowy figure moving through the night. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and seasoned climbers. Rebecca faded from the spotlight. Daniel returned, bewildered and distraught. During interrogation, investigators noted unusual calluses on his hands. He mentioned rock climbing as a stress-relieving hobby he had recently adopted. Financial records painted a troubling picture. Daniel had acquired a substantial life insurance policy for Samuel. Phone logs revealed multiple calls to an unknown number that abruptly ceased before the abduction. The case darkened upon discovering Daniel's second family in a different community, unbeknownst to Rebecca. As the probe deepened, the baby monitor emerged as crucial evidence. Digital forensics uncovered hacking of the device. The transmission had been intercepted and tampered with. The soothing voice urging sleep didn't originate from within the nursery. It had been remotely transmitted to the receiver by Rebecca's bedside. The trail of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where a startling revelation awaited them. Samuel was found alive under the care of a woman named Elaine. She offered no resistance as she was handcuffed, her eyes vacant. The link emerged through old photographs and DNA analysis. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved, but Elaine never recovered. She had monitored Daniel's life through social media, witnessing his new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied involvement, but digital evidence narrated a different tale. His climbing gear matched fibers from the windowsill. His boots matched the partial print in the garden. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their scheme. He would grant access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed, and the insurance funds would fuel their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Alongside the chilling whispers that shook Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists isolated another sound in the background, Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the abduction scene he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly deliberated. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new community, away from haunting memories. The case reshaped how investigators tackled modern abductions. Baby monitors nationwide underwent scrutiny for vulnerabilities. Parents fortified nurseries with added safeguards. Security experts warned of the escalating sophistication of crimes exploiting technology against the most defenseless victims. Samuel grew up unaware of the night he vanished. Rebecca safeguarded the plush rabbit, tucked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't part with it, nor could she meet the gaze of those glassy black eyes that had witnessed the truth when the baby monitor carried that whisper through the darkness. The monitor never deceived. It captured the reality in a manner none had anticipated. Story 5. The town never spoke of the house nestled at the edge of the woods. It stood silent, its windows dark, its porch weary from the passage of time. No one laid claim to it. No one could recall its builder. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they glimpsed an enigma, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like omens. And at the very bottom, fresh and unblemished, was a name foreign to their ears. Until a whisper quivered through the air, "That name is mine." When the call came in under the shroud of night, dispatch marked it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who stumbled upon his own name engraved on the forsaken house. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than youthful mischief, perhaps a jest among companions, but what they encountered defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, casting light upon the weathered front of the dwelling. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly lost against the weather-beaten wood. Others retained their sharpness as if freshly carved. And at the end, Mason Wright, the incision still carrying the scent of newly sawn timber. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming wisps in the crisp air. "I cannot fathom how anyone would know my name." The inquiry commenced with scrutinizing the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent a chill through the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, some remained active, but all shared a haunting similarity: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously photographed each carving, cataloging the depths, techniques, and weathering nuances. The earliest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a decades-old missing persons case. The records recounted a young woman who ventured into those woods and never returned, save for a lone hiking boot found beside a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's tale extensively. His narrative held steadfast. He bore no ties to the region beyond this expedition with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his past linked him to any of the other names etched on the wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented images captured during their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disconcerting sight: a blurred figure lurked in the backdrop of 3 separate photographs. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, always partially obscured by foliage. "We encountered no one else along the trail," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller mandated a search of the house's interior. Though forsaken dust cloaking every surface, furniture in disarray, a harrowing discovery awaited in the basement. personal effects of the missing hikers laid out meticulously on wooden shelves, watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name corresponding to the wall outside. Technicians labored methodically, documenting every article. Beneath ultraviolet rays, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of efforts to cleanse them evident. Despite ground-penetrating radar yielding no subterranean bodies, cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled near the back of the property, where the forest loomed dense. As the probe escalated, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He reported eerie incidents, whispers at his doorstep, fresh footprints leading to, but not from his threshold, shadowy figures lurking in the street. A guard was assigned to him, yet Mason's paranoia mounted. The breakthrough surfaced with the unearthing of land records in county archives. The house had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished without a trace 15 years past, his absence uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant for an extensive search of the surrounding woodland. The search party uncovered primitive hunting blinds strategically scattered along frequented trails. Within one, a journal was found, replete with meticulous observations, hikers' descriptions, routes, gear, and routines. The script matched samples from Blackwood's scant documents. Entries progressed from animal hunting tactics to treating humans as prey, studying their behaviors, vulnerabilities, and techniques for their collection. The final pages detailed stalking each victim on the wall, with elaborate notations on target selection. The hunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical units combed every fissure and cavern, yet the quarry eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Responders dispatched to his home discovered it vacant, his bedroom wall newly inscribed with "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason endured fruitlessly for weeks. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, technicians unearthed a grim revelation. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement, a small workshop housed woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name belonging to the lead forensic analyst who had processed the house before falling ill. Authorities erected a vigilant perimeter around the dwelling. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors stood watch for intruders. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors alerted. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, impossibly tall and slender, moving with an unnatural grace. As tactical units closed in, the cameras briefly faltered. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. Today, the house remains under constant vigil. Mason Wright and the analyst were never found. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings arise in wooded expanses. The names on the wall have become an enigma among law enforcers. Some officers shun their mention, others steer clear of the case entirely, and local hikers skirt the house, fearing that a mere utterance may add their names to that dread list, the names unspoken. Story 6, the dwelling had sat untouched for countless seasons, a silent sentinel of secrets. Whispers from the neighbors hinted that solitude had claimed the space since the vanishing of a young woman. Yet as the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a bedroom shrouded in mystery, its entrance sealed by an unseen force. With determination, they unfastened the barrier, unveiling a realm frozen in time. The atmosphere hung heavy with neglect, the scent of dust clinging to the air, yet an unspoken presence lingered. The bed stood pristine, the mirror devoid of blemish. A solitary candle stood as a sentinel of bygone flames, its essence extinguished, leaving behind a pool of solidified tears. And there, upon the desk, lay a notebook open to a page adorned with fresh ink. The final words inscribed on the parchment bore the weight of foreboding, a message from the past reaching out to the present. Detective Morgan delved into the chronicles penned by Elise Winters, a soul lost to the shadows at the tender age of 26. Her script danced across the pages in a symphony of precision, each stroke a testament to a mind unraveling. The ink spoke of unseen watchers, of a looming threat veiled in darkness, of a plea for understanding that fell upon deaf ears. As the investigators combed the room for echoes of the past, a subtle fragrance, almost imperceptible, mingled with the dust, a scent of secrets buried deep within the walls. The landlord, a specter of unease, bore witness to the unraveling of a narrative long concealed. His words faltered, a confession of ignorance whispered to the shadows that danced upon the walls. Elise's existence had been woven into the fabric of a prestigious law firm, her days consumed by the pursuit of truth amidst a sea of deceit. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman on the brink, her resolve tested by revelations that cast shadows upon her path. The pieces of the puzzle lay scattered, waiting to be assembled by hands untainted by the passage of time. Within the confines of the chamber where time stood still, the truth remained elusive. No traces of turmoil besmirched the serenity of the room, no crimson stains marred the sanctity of the space. It was as though fate had paused, holding its breath in anticipation of revelations yet to unfold. Amidst the silence, a flicker of hope emerged, a hidden compartment unearthed, revealing a trove of secrets concealed from prying eyes. A key, a flash drive, an invitation to delve deeper into the labyrinth of deception that had ensnared Elise in its tendrils. The revelations within the confines of the hidden vault painted a portrait of corruption, a tapestry of lies woven by hands that sought to conceal the truth. Voices captured in the darkness whispered of sins too grave to be spoken aloud, of lives sacrificed on the altar of greed. As the tendrils of justice extended their grasp, the shadows of guilt danced upon the walls of the courtroom. Vincent Harriman, a puppet master of deceit, stood trial for crimes that had long festered in the shadows. The facade of innocence crumbled, revealing the visage of a man consumed by his own machinations. The echoes of Elise's final moments reverberated through the chambers of justice, her silent testimony a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. The room she had never truly departed became a monument to her courage, a testament to a spirit unbroken by the hands of fate. And as the house stood once more in solitude, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past, a light flickered in the upper window, a beacon of remembrance for a soul lost to the darkness. In the stillness of the night, the spirit of a young woman lingered, her presence a reminder that justice, though delayed, is never denied. Story 7. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten days, its charm faded, its allure lost to time. Guests passed through like shadows, staying only briefly, seeking respite from the world outside. The weary clerk handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes holding a secret she couldn't decipher. Just avoid the last door on the left, his voice barely above a whisper. Intrigue sparked within her, a flame of curiosity that beckoned her towards the forbidden. That night, under the soft glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the ominous door. The handle sent shivers down her spine, its touch icy against her palm. To the naked eye, it appeared no different from its companions, blending seamlessly into the worn walls until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, a presence whispered, a sound both eerie and seductive. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, drawn to the scene by an invisible thread of fate. She slipped under the tape, entering a realm tainted by tragedy. The air was heavy with the scent of copper, a metallic tang that clung to her senses. Blood had painted a macabre tapestry on the floor, a stark contrast to the untouched surroundings. A young woman lay motionless, a portrait of innocence shattered. Reed knelt beside her, the weight of the moment pressing down upon her. The forensic technician's words pierced the silence, a grim reminder of the horrors that unfolded. Third victim, same pattern, he stated clinically, capturing the scene with his camera's unfeeling eye. Silence enveloped the room as Reed absorbed the details before her. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the motel's dilapidated charm, a juxtaposition that spoke of misplaced luxury. An open handbag revealed no theft, no motive of greed. This was a different kind of darkness, a twisted dance orchestrated by a malevolent mind. The hotel manager lingered in the shadows, his pallor betraying his unease. She came alone, paid in cash. I never suspected, his voice faltered, haunted by the tragedy that unfolded within his walls. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle of pain and loss. Photographs lined the board, a gallery of faces united by tragedy. The community whispered of a predator lurking in the shadows, preying on unsuspecting souls. The autopsy confirmed strangulation, no signs of struggle, Detective Hayes informed her, laying bare the grim reality. Reed's intuition whispered a different truth, a personal vendetta veiled in deception. Days turned into nights as the investigation delved deeper into the shadows. Surveillance footage revealed no clues, no breadcrumbs left behind by the elusive killer. Elaine Werner's life remained a mystery, her death a puzzle waiting to be solved. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows when Reed unearthed a hidden truth. Werner's sister spoke of a forbidden love, a man known only as C, a shadow in the light of day. Reed's gaze shifted to the corporate world, where facades masked hidden desires and deadly secrets. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and deceit, stood at the center of the storm. His alibi crumbled under Reed's scrutiny, his mask slipping to reveal a darker truth. Emerson's confession shattered the illusion of innocence, exposing a web of lies woven with malice. In the heart of darkness, justice prevailed. Emerson's reign of terror ended in a courtroom devoid of mercy. Reed locked eyes with the monster, a void staring back at her, a glimpse into the abyss that consumed his soul. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a tale of horror and betrayal that echoed through the halls of time. As the world moved on, Reed carried the burden of memory, haunted by the echoes of lost souls. Hotel hallways became a labyrinth of shadows, each door a portal to the unknown. In the quiet of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, a reminder of the lives lost to darkness. Some doors, once opened, could never be closed, their secrets echoing through eternity. Story 8: The Unearthed Letter. Renovations always hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Hidden treasures of the past, forgotten relics, whispers of history long faded. When Sarah and Michael delved into the restoration of their new Victorian-era home, they anticipated the usual discoveries: old newspapers, trinkets of bygone days, faded photographs capturing moments lost in time. But what they unearthed beneath the floorboards was far from ordinary. As they lifted the worn wood, a letter emerged, carefully folded and tucked away, as if waiting patiently to be found. The paper, fragile and yellowed with age, bore a message shrouded in mystery: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the weight of those words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, sending a shiver down their spines. Detective Alina Reed entered the scene, her presence adding an air of solemn intrigue to the unfolding events. With her partner by her side, she carefully retrieved the ominous note, her gloved hands betraying years of experience in handling evidence with precision and care. The couple's inadvertent touch had already tainted the delicate artifact, but Reed's keen gaze sought the truth lingering in their eyes as they recounted the chilling sound that had disrupted their peaceful endeavor. Sarah and Michael, innocent in the eyes of background checks, stood bewildered by the unearthed letter and the unsettling echoes that followed. Their story intertwined with that of the house, once belonging to the enigmatic Hargrove family, its walls holding secrets untold for decades. The passing of Margaret Hargrove, the last resident, had left the dwelling vacant, a silent witness to the mysteries within. Forensic analysis painted a picture of the past, dating the letter back 2 decades. The handwriting spoke of fear, of urgency, hinting at a tale long buried beneath the surface. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove's history emerged from the shadows, shedding light on a past marred by debts and hidden truths. Reed's investigation led her through a labyrinth of memories and whispers, uncovering the threads of a tragic tale woven with deceit and desperation. Franklin, once a respected figure in the community, had succumbed to the shadows of paranoia, haunted by a relentless collector seeking retribution for unpaid debts. The breakthrough came in the form of Margaret's sister, a frail voice from the past revealing fragments of a dark narrative. The collector, Victor Mercer, a shadow of the underworld, had cast a long shadow over their lives, his presence marked by the ominous 3 knocks that resonated through time. With meticulous precision, Reed and her team combed through the house, unraveling the layers of deception hidden beneath the facade of domesticity. The truth lay buried beneath the floorboards, a grim testament to a crime of passion and fear. The remains of Victor Mercer, long lost to the world, found their final resting place, bringing closure to a chapter stained with blood and betrayal. Sarah and Michael, burdened by the weight of the house's history, chose to part ways with the shadowed abode, leaving it to the whispers of the past. As the house stood silent, its halls echoing with the memories of those long gone, rumors swirled in the night air. 3 distinct knocks, a haunting reminder of the sins that lingered within the walls. The note, a chilling artifact of a forgotten era, remained in the custody of the law, its message a cryptic warning to those who dared delve into the mysteries of the past. For Detective Reed, the case remained a puzzle with pieces lost to time, a reminder that some truths are never fully unveiled, their secrets buried deep within the recesses of the human heart. And as the night fell over the vacant house, cloaking it in a shroud of mystery, the whispers of the past danced in the wind, carrying with them the echoes of a story untold. Story 9, in the midst of a storm, she was forced to confront her fear of the attic when a leak in the roof demanded her attention. Reluctantly ascending the creaking stairs, she entered a realm of forgotten treasures cloaked in dust and tangled cobwebs. Nestled in the shadows, a peculiar dollhouse beckoned to her, its intricate details whispering secrets of the past. Each minuscule piece of furniture within seemed to hold a memory, meticulously arranged with a haunting precision. Yet as her gaze lingered, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own kin, a chilling replica of her family, frozen in time. Each miniature likeness mirrored the exact positions of her loved ones downstairs, except for one unsettling detail. The figure meant to represent her stood unnervingly by the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced a trembling finger along the miniature roof, feeling the imprint where the tiny wooden figure stood, a silent sentinel in the eerie tableau. A chill coursed through her veins, unrelated to the icy draft whistling through the attic's aged beams. This dollhouse should not have existed in this place, for this was not the sanctuary of her childhood, but a rented abode her family had recently inhabited. The unfolding mystery began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities, drawing law enforcement to the suburban dwelling where a family's distress awaited. Clinging to each other in the dim light of the living room, they spoke of the uncanny dollhouse and its unsettling inhabitants, refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as mere figments of an overactive imagination or an elaborate hoax. It was the intricate details that caught my attention, Detective Harmon later recounted in hushed tones. Each tiny figure captured a unique essence of the family members: the father's graying temples, the son's well-worn hoodie, even the faint birthmark on the mother's hand. The trajectory of the case shifted dramatically when forensic experts uncovered mysterious fingerprints on the dollhouse that bore no resemblance to the family's own. More disconcerting still were the microscopic cameras discreetly embedded within the miniature figure's eyes, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse's facade. As the investigators delved deeper into the Morgan family's lives, a disquieting pattern emerged. The positions of the miniature figures did not merely mirror the family's evening activities, but replicated exact postures from various days, suggesting a meticulous observer had scrutinized them for an extended period. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of voyeurism, Detective Harmon elucidated. The perpetrator showcased a level of fixation seldom seen in the annals of criminal psychology. A concealed entrance to the basement, concealed behind a deceptive pantry wall, unveiled a chilling revelation. Within this clandestine chamber, a makeshift living quarters bore witness to an uninvited guest who had taken up residence long before the Morgans' arrival. Discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, and a solitary sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's prolonged habitation beneath the unsuspecting family's feet. Most confounding of all was the absence of forced entry, as historical documents disclosed the property's vacancy for nearly a year prior to the Morgan family's tenancy. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had passed away in swift succession, leaving their son to oversee the estate's sale and subsequent rental. Neighbors, when questioned, offered scant insight, save for one elderly woman who sporadically glimpsed flickering lights in the vacant house. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she reminisced to the investigators. The notion of an unauthorized occupant never crossed my mind. Breakthrough came with the aid of digital forensics, unveiling a web of surveillance data transmitted to an external server. Tracing the elusive IP address led the authorities to a modest apartment across town. Inside, a trove of photographs depicting the Morgan family and former denizens of the house adorned the walls, while meticulous journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each individual with unsettling precision. The most unsettling discovery awaited within a secluded workshop, where a multitude of partially assembled dollhouses, each representing a distinct household in the vicinity, stood in silent vigil. This abode belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners, whose financial woes burgeoned following his parents' demise. Instead of relinquishing the property, he had fashioned a covert living space within and continued to savor the rental proceeds unbeknownst to the tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist tasked with decrypting the enigmatic case. Each miniature figure symbolized someone under his watchful gaze. Rebecca's figurine by the attic threshold wasn't a threat, it signified his acknowledgement of her discovery of his surveillance mechanism. During questioning, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his rationale. They dwelt in my domain, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed assurance of their reverence for this abode, he calmly professed. When probed about the meticulously arranged figurines, he simply stated, I wish to remind them of my unwavering vigilance. Psychological evaluations unmasked a convoluted tapestry of possessive fixation. Wells, incapable of reconciling the loss of his childhood home, had devised an intricate scheme to exert dominion over both the property and its occupants. The dollhouse metamorphosed into a conduit for his possessiveness, a symbol of his sovereignty over the unsuspecting tenants. The Morgan family opted never to set foot in that house again. Rebecca, in poignant reflection, confessed that her most haunting moment wasn't the initial discovery of the dollhouse, but the realization it harbored. We were under constant scrutiny, our lives scrutinized and manipulated like pawns on a board. The true terror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in the knowledge that, in his warped perception, we were mere playthings to be arranged and observed. Wells faced a litany of charges encompassing stalking, privacy infringement, illicit surveillance, and unlawful entry. The trial prompted a revaluation of real estate disclosure statutes regarding property deaths and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are vacated ethically before new occupants settle in. During sentencing, the judge spotlighted the egregious violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't only breach their domicile, you violated their sense of sanctuary and autonomy. You intruded upon their private moments, recreating them for your perverse gratification. What chills criminologists most is the prospect of Wells' continued surreptitious activities had Rebecca not unearthed the dollhouse. Scrutiny of his journals hinted at a protracted history of covert residence within homes, flitting from one property to the next, ensnaring families within his miniature world. The Morgans eventually relocated far from the scene of their trauma, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement to lingering apprehensions, habitually inspecting closets and recesses in their new abode. I still feel as though unseen eyes are upon me, she whispered. I ponder if, somewhere out there, a diminutive version of myself is being maneuvered within an undiscovered dollhouse. Story 10. The cafe had become his sanctuary, a place of quiet routine where time seemed to stand still, same spot, same drink, same solitude. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day he failed to appear. Concerned, the police investigated his usual haunt, only to discover a forgotten wallet resting on his customary chair. Inside, a driver's license displayed a face without a name or address, an enigmatic void where identity should reside. Detective Sarah Mercer scrutinized the security footage with a furrowed brow, her fingertips tracing the icy metal surface of the table. The figure in question, now dubbed John Doe in the official files, appeared utterly ordinary on camera. Average in height, unassuming in appearance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. His unremarkable demeanor made his inexplicable disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it," Mercer requested, her voice barely above a whisper. The tech specialist obliged, and the footage unfolded like a silent film. John entered the cafe during the bustling morning rush, placed his usual order of black coffee, and settled at a secluded table obscured by verdant foliage. He sat, opened his bag, extracted a worn notebook, and began to inscribe mysterious symbols within its pages. Occasionally he would pause to sip his coffee, gaze out the window, lost in contemplation. Then came the pivotal moment. He left his wallet on the table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned. He never emerged through any exit. He simply vanished into thin air. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer instructed. "There's a catch," the specialist replied. "No indication of him entering any restroom. We've scoured every angle to no avail. It's as if he evaporated into the ether." Back at the precinct, Mercer emptied the contents of the wallet onto her desk. The driver's license photo mirrored the enigmatic man, yet where personal details should have been, there existed only blank spaces. Credit cards devoid of names, bearing only untraceable 16-digit codes. Neatly stacked cash of various denominations, a receipt from the CAF dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card its surface devoid of ink save for a faintly printed phone number. When Mercer dialed the number, silence greeted her, punctuated by the rustle of paper before the line abruptly disconnected. The barista who had served John for years could offer scant insight. He was a man of few words, always courteous, a generous tipper. I believe he may have had an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was hard to discern. "Did he ever engage with anyone here, hold conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always alone, engrossed in that notebook," the barista replied, gesturing towards the abandoned tome. Its pages were a labyrinth of cryptic symbols and coded messages, confounding the cryptographers tasked with deciphering its secrets. Architectural sketches within its depths depicted buildings unknown to the cityscape. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's likeness, yet no one could place him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints yielded no matches. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that secluded CAF. Amidst the investigation, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning, as John entered the CAF, the timestamp flickered momentarily. The tech expert brushed it off as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the CAF, she seated herself at his customary table, her gaze lingering on the antique mirror suspended between the entrance and the restroom corridor. Its ornate frame bore symbols reminiscent of those adorning John's notebook. Upon querying the CAF owner about the mirror's origins, Mercer uncovered its storied past. That relic, it predates my tenure, a fixture of the building, immovable without considerable effort. "Has it ever been shifted for cleaning or renovations?" Mercer probed. "Never in my memory. Why do you ask?" the owner replied. Mercer approached the mirror, her reflection warped slightly as if peering into a world askew. Tentatively, she extended her palm, anticipating the chill of glass, yet encountering an anomalous warmth. When the forensics team dismantled the mirror, a clandestine compartment was unveiled, housing a trove of identical wallets, each containing a featureless driver's license bearing John Doe's visage. Alongside lay a leather-bound journal chronicling entries spanning decades, inked in the same hand as the inscrutable notebook. The final passage read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near." The passage closes. Forensic analysis unveiled John Doe's prints throughout the concealed space, each wallet carbon dated to a bygone era, yet exhibiting an unchanged countenance. The journal alluded to experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, evoking notions of crossing back and window points. Notably, one passage resonated with Mercer. The CAF serves as a nexus, a juncture where realities converge. The mirror stands as the portal. When alignment manifests, transit becomes viable. As peculiar incidents unfurled around the CAF, patrons reported eerie phenomena reflections moving autonomously in the window glass, sightings of John Doe seated at his table, though surveillance cameras betrayed an empty seat. The breakthrough materialized when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a retired physicist with a clandestine past, reached out to the authorities. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston, a brilliant scientist who vanished during an experiment involving quantum mirrors' peculiar surfaces theorized to facilitate interdimensional transit. Keller furnished documents affirming Weston's demise in a laboratory mishap, the chronological nexus aligning with the earliest journal entry discovered behind the mirror. He postulated that our reality coexists with myriad others, Keller divulged. Certain locales act as frail junctures between these realms' thresholds where traversal is plausible. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the CAF, unearthing its connection to the defunct research facility where Weston vanished. The CAF had arisen atop the laboratory's former site, merging past and present in an enigmatic tapestry. The climax of the investigation unfolded as Mercer, alone in the precinct late one eve, discerned a hitherto overlooked detail in the security footage. Reflected in the mirror, she beheld John Doe Daniel Weston observing his own seated form, two iterations of the same man coexisting in a surreal tableau. Rushing to the CAF, Mercer discovered the mirror shattered, a final missive etched in familiar script. The experiment concludes, the passage seals, do not pursue. The enigma of the Phantom Man endures as an unsolved enigma. The CAF shuddered following the inquiry, the edifice eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains remained elusive. His journals and notebooks vanished from evidence custody under cryptic circumstances. Mercer resigned from the force in the wake of the investigation's closure. Locals occasionally glimpse her on her porch, fervently scripting in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface at times rippling in unseen currents. Story 11. In the quiet stillness of the night, the tale of an old Victorian-era home whispered secrets known only to its walls. Michael and Sarah Klein, the unsuspecting new tenants, embarked on an unexpected journey when a simple water stain unraveled a haunting mystery buried within the layers of time. The wallpaper, peeling away like memories fading, revealed a name etched in ink: Alina Winters. A name that echoed through the ages, repeated in a frantic, uneven script that seemed to speak of a forgotten past. It was a name shrouded in mystery, not belonging to the previous owners, not found in any records of the living. As the couple delved deeper, their curiosity mingled with unease. Who was Alina Winters, and why was her name a haunting refrain on the walls of their new abode? The answers eluded them, driving them to the depths of the internet where a single search unraveled a chilling connection, a missing persons case from decades past, with a face that mirrored the woman who had sold them the house. The charm of the old residence, with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings whispering of bygone elegance, now held a darker allure. The layers of time peeled back, revealing not just wallpaper but a story long forgotten, a story of loss and longing. As the days turned into nights, Michael and Sarah's home transformed into a haven of mystery and obsession. They navigated through property records and newspaper archives, seeking the elusive truth behind Alina Winters and the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish. With each revelation, the shadows of the past grew longer, casting doubt upon the present. The walls themselves seemed to bear witness, their whispers of inked confessions a silent plea for justice. Forensic teams descended upon the house, their careful hands uncovering secrets hidden within the very structure of the home. A hidden space beneath the floorboards revealed a trail of identities, each one a piece of a fractured puzzle. DNA and fingerprints intertwined, weaving a tale of deception and desperation. Eleanor Winters, long lost to the world, found her voice in the echoes of the past, mingling with the troubled soul of Rebecca Eldridge, a name that carried the weight of a tragic history. As the truth emerged from the depths of the earth, the once serene facade of the Victorian home crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked within. The walls, once silent witnesses, now spoke of betrayal and tragedy, their confession etched in ink that would never fade. And so, as the stars twinkled above, casting their gentle light upon the scene of a long-buried crime, Michael and Sarah stood at the threshold of a revelation. The house, with its hidden truths and whispered secrets, became a testament to the enduring power of the past, a lullaby of mystery and melancholy, lulling the listener into a slumber of dreams and shadows. Story 12. They discovered it in the attic, nestled beneath a worn-out blanket, a porcelain doll, aged and fragile, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to never blink. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, stumbled upon it, puzzled by its presence in their new home. They dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, a relic from the past. Yet that night, an unsettling feeling crept into the air as they drifted off to sleep. The stillness around them lingered, and by morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, reappearing at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the allure of the Victorian house they purchased at auction, its intricate details and enigmatic history drawing them in. Little did they know that they would soon become entwined in its enigmatic past. Detective Rachel Winters received a chilling call on a crisp autumn morning. A gruesome scene awaited her. The female victim posed in an unnatural stance in the master bedroom, her eyes wide with fear. Nearby, the male victim lay lifeless in the hallway, as if attempting to flee. The eerie perfection of the crime scene hinted at a calculated malevolence. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, she couldn't shake the feeling that the female victim resembled a doll on display, meticulously arranged. The investigation unfolded, revealing unsettling accounts from neighbors, a shadow glimpsed in an upstairs window, childish laughter echoing through the empty house in the dead of night. Forensic analysis uncovered traces of vintage fabrics throughout the house, reminiscent of antique doll clothing. Yet there were no fingerprints, no DNA evidence of an intruder, only a haunting absence of physical presence. Delving into the property's history unveiled a haunting pattern: previous owners meeting mysterious fates, each death shrouded in enigmatic circumstances. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic past: a doll maker who had crafted a lifelike doll in memory of his deceased daughter, a doll that seemed to move between photographs, defying explanation. The connection between the victims emerged: each had tampered with the attic, unknowingly stirring dormant spirits. Sarah and Michael's renovation plans unwittingly awakened a malevolent force lurking within the house's walls. A revelation from a distant relative shed light on the dollmaker's dark practices, infusing his creations with more than mere craftsmanship. Whispers of arcane rituals and bound spirits added a chilling layer to the already perplexing case. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved mystery, safeguarded the doll as evidence, only to find it vanished without a trace, leaving her bewildered and disoriented, with no recollection of the night's events. The house changed hands once more, its shadowed history deterring buyers despite its architectural grandeur. The new owners, finding the attic devoid of the eerie doll, opted to leave it undisturbed, unaware of the lingering presence that occasionally stirred on quiet nights. Rumors swirled within the detective department of unseen shadows and spectral laughter, whispers of the doll's elusive return. Detective Winters, burdened by the unresolved case, retired abruptly, safeguarding a haunting photograph of the dollmaker and his creations, a grim reminder of the mysteries that lay dormant within the house's walls. And so the tale of Sarah, Michael, and the enigmatic doll faded into whispered lore, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be awakened. Story 13. The apartment lay dormant for months, a quiet space awaiting new souls to inhabit its rooms. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps some dust to clear, remnants of forgotten furniture to discard. But one door stood defiant, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet sealed shut from within. The landlord, with a heavy heart, forced it open, bracing for the mundane sight of old coats or discarded trinkets. Yet what greeted them sent a shiver down their spines. The walls bore witness to a silent agony, etched with deep, jagged lines of desperation clawed into the wood. And nestled in the corner, like a relic of the past, lay an ancient flip phone, its battery long drained save for a solitary, unread message that glowed hauntingly on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, had traversed the shadows of many unsettling scenes in her career. This one, however, stirred a primal unease within her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams echoing from those scratch marks a testament to someone trapped within that confined space, a soul fighting against invisible shackles. "We need forensics on site immediately," she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting marks on camera, "and bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, whispered chillingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition with perpetually clammy palms, shared scant details of the previous tenant's abrupt departure, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. A young woman kept to herself, quiet, left about 6 months ago, he murmured, his gaze skirting the closet as if fearing what lurked within, never caused a stir. Forensic analysis unveiled a tapestry of hidden truths within the scratches on the walls. Most of the blood samples matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old whose absence had raised alarms at her workplace. Yet 2 DNA profiles emerged from the shadows. One remained a mystery in the databases, while the other belonged to a man who had supposedly met his demise 2 years prior. "This defies logic," Shaw muttered, her gaze locked on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant from 5 years past, was declared deceased in a tragic accident, his identity confirmed through dental records. And yet his essence lingered on the walls of the closet, a spectral presence defying the boundaries of mortality. Emma's apartment, frozen in time, spoke of a life interrupted. Unopened mail gathered dust, a lone coffee mug sat unwashed in the sink, and the bed remained meticulously made a portrait of eerie stillness. Her phone records unveiled a narrative of dwindling connections, culminating in a void where her sister's calls once resided, punctuated by a flurry of unknown numbers preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name given, just descriptions of intensity and secrecy. Surveillance footage captured a fleeting glimpse of a figure shadowing Emma, a man obscured by a baseball cap, slipping into the building under the cloak of darkness. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce as Shaw delved deeper into the shadows that enveloped Emma's fate. A breakthrough emerged when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were unearthed on the closet's inner doorknob, an ominous link bridging the past to the present. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, her mind a whirlwind of conjectures. But why and what ties him to Emma? The enigmatic DNA trace led them to another enigma, Lynette Porter, a missing woman from 3 years prior, whose spectral presence haunted the periphery of Emma's life. Neighbors recalled glimpses of her visiting Emma, their fates intertwined in a dance of shadows and secrets. Following a trail of breadcrumbs woven with deceit, Shaw uncovered a nexus of darkness, a remote property owned by Mercer's kin, concealing a chamber of horrors where Lynette languished, a specter of suffering mirroring Emma's plight. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant, haunted by the specter of a man consumed by a thirst for dominion. "Said I needed to learn the price of defiance." Evidence mounted, painting a portrait of Mercer as a puppeteer of pain, orchestrating a macabre symphony of control and torment. Journals chronicling his descent into madness, photographs capturing the essence of his victims, and most damningly, videos capturing Emma's descent into the abyss of his twisted desires. He believed in silence, his voice echoed in the recordings. "No one speaks of me, no one escapes." The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned borders, a shadow cast across jurisdictions as law enforcement pursued a ghost cloaked in flesh. As they closed in, forensic psychologists unraveled a chilling profile, a man driven not by mere malice, but by a perverse desire to witness the erosion of hope in the confines of captivity. Captured at a bus terminal, Mercer bore a mask of serenity, his gaze veiled behind a facade of tranquility. "She penned that message herself," he asserted of the phone, a plea for salvation from the void, but she was unworthy of redemption. The trial laid bare the intricate web of deception Mercer had spun, his elaborate charade of death meticulously crafted to ensnare the unwitting. For years he had roamed in obscurity, a phantom preying on echoes of his past. Emma's remains eluded discovery, her fate sealed within the walls of the closet where her spirit lingered, immortalized in the scratches that bore witness to her final stand. The jury, swift in their judgment, condemned Mercer on all accounts, sealing his fate to a lifetime cloaked in the shadows of incarceration. As the gavel fell, Mercer's lips curved in a fleeting smile, a semblance of satisfaction that whispered of private truths known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter faced her captor with steely resolve. "You ensnared us in darkness, but we shall emerge into the light while you wither in your cell." The legacy of the case reverberated through the corridors of justice, shaping new protocols for missing persons inquiries, a testament to the enduring legacy of those lost in the shadows. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets unearthed in the dead of night, affixed the closet door from Emma's abode as a silent sentinel in her office, a reminder that the most harrowing crimes often unfold not in rivers of blood, but in the silent echoes of souls fighting to break free. Story 14, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a symphony of the past, familiar and comforting to those who resided within, or so they thought until she heard it. A soft, ethereal voice drifting through the vents, beckoning her with a haunting allure. It wasn't the typical sounds of neighbors or the building settling. It was a whisper calling her name in hushed tones that sent shivers down her spine. Pressing her ear against the aged grate, her heart quickened its pace in anticipation. A subtle breath of cold air caressed her cheek, followed by a playful whisper, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood amidst the vacant apartment, a lone figure in the dim light, her focus fixed on the rusted vent cover ominously removed from the wall. The forensics team moved with precision around her, capturing the scene in meticulous detail with each flash of the camera. Alina Reeves, the missing victim, had been absent for a week before the building's stale air betrayed her presence. Officer Patel recounted the chilling details from his notepad, mentioning Alina's reports of voices echoing through the vents, dismissed by building management as mere quirks of an aged structure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the deep, frantic scratch marks left behind by desperate hands clawing from within. The victim, a beloved kindergarten teacher, was known for her warmth and vibrant spirit. Her students had crafted cards in her absence, her sister filing the missing person report with a heavy heart. During the interview, Alina's sister revealed her growing paranoia, her conviction that unseen eyes watched her every move, voices whispering through the vents like a sinister lullaby. Examining the apartment with a newfound perspective, Shaw pieced together the fragments of Alina's final days. The meticulously made bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if anticipating a visitor. The forensic findings painted a harrowing picture, fibers matching Alina's cardigan, a foreign fingerprint on the vent cover, and haunting audio recordings capturing the eerie whispers that plagued Alina's solitude. Diving deeper into the building's history, Shaw unraveled a tapestry of unsettling events. Previous tenants fleeing in haste, citing noises within the walls, hallucinations of voices beckoning from unseen depths. Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, raised suspicions with his detached demeanor, his nonchalant dismissal of the supernatural murmurs haunting the residence. A breakthrough came with the discovery of a concealed passage in Alina's bathroom, a hidden gateway to the labyrinthine network of maintenance tunnels weaving through the building. Within this clandestine realm, a trove of belongings hinted at a clandestine presence, a voyeur lurking within the walls, watching, waiting, whispering. Weber's meticulously organized files unveiled a chilling obsession, a digital shrine to his victims, their lives meticulously documented through illicit recordings and voyeuristic snapshots. His serene facade crumbled as the truth emerged, his sinister intentions laid bare in the artifacts of his twisted collection. Arrested in the dead of night, Weber's cryptic words echoed in the darkness, a testament to his delusions of symbiosis with the building, of whispers that transcended mortal confines. The trial unveiled a web of calculated manipulation, a predator preying on the unsuspecting, his whispers weaving a tapestry of fear and paranoia. As justice was served, Weber's haunting words lingered, a chilling reminder of the lingering echoes within the vacant apartment building. Despite attempts at renovation and renewal, a spectral presence seemed to linger, whispers carried on the draft of the wind, a legacy of voices trapped within the walls. The residents tried to dismiss the strange sounds, the eerie drafts, as mere quirks of an old building. But deep down, they knew the whispers never truly faded, the echoes of a dark past haunting the shadows of their dreams. Story 15, the mysterious whispers of the old Victorian manor intrigued the new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker. The crackling intercom system, a relic from a bygone era, seemed to come alive with secrets late at night. One evening, curiosity got the best of Daniel as he pressed the button, only to hear a haunting whisper. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he turned to his wife, who denied ever uttering those words. The manor, nestled among ancient oak trees, exuded an eerie charm with its weathered exterior and modern interior. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property in response to a call about a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken sense of something more sinister at play. Daniel led her through the grand foyer, explaining how the strange occurrences began with the intercom system. Meredith, visibly shaken, revealed a shocking discovery hidden behind a wall, a leather-bound journal belonging to Alina, the previous owner, filled with chilling entries hinting at a dark secret. Further investigation unveiled the tragic tale of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the house. Vincent's dark past came to light as forensic analysis confirmed the presence of Alina's remains buried beneath the garden shed. Vincent's calm demeanor shattered as he confessed to the murder, driven by the relentless sound of Alina's voice through the intercom. Vincent's elaborate deception, spanning decades, crumbled in the face of justice as he was sentenced for his heinous crime. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, sold the property, holding a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The intercom, a harbinger of tragedy, was removed by the new owners during renovations, its whispers fading into silence. Detective Reeves, haunted by the case, would often pass by the property, feeling a ghostly presence lingering in the air. The house, known as the house that answered back among law enforcement, had finally revealed its dark secret through the whispers of the past. As the wind carried echoes of the intercom's haunting messages, Detective Reeves found solace in the closure brought to Alina's restless spirit. Story 16. The aged envelope exuded a sense of history, its once white edges now tinged with a soft yellow hue, a stark contrast to the crispness of the fresh stamp adorning its corner, a stamp that had been pressed just days before. With cautious fingers, the detective unfolded the envelope, revealing a single sheet of paper within. The message, hastily typed in an uneven, hurried font, simply read, "I am sorry for what I did." As Detective Sarah Morgan held the paper, a faint dampness clung to her gloves, accompanied by a lingering scent of iron. It was only upon closer inspection that her eyes fell upon the reddish smear along the bottom edge, a grim revelation that it was not just ink staining the page. Carefully, she placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes strewn across the floor, hinting that her death might be linked to an investigative piece she had been working on. Despite tireless efforts, the case had gone cold, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. And now this enigmatic letter had found its way to the police department, addressed simply to the homicide division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope offered little insight, only faint smudges suggesting the sender had taken care to wear gloves. However, the postmark provided a sliver of hope, a tangible light after months of stagnation. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, its walls adorned with haunting crime scene photos, intricate timelines, and futile suspect profiles. Pinning the image of the letter at the heart of the board, she declared, This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows remorse. Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner since the inception of the case, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. Or perhaps they wished to deceive us into believing so, he proposed. The blood could be a mere act, a cruel taunt. The forensics team's meticulous examination of the typewriter's unique impression patterns led them to a model long out of production, a relic of the past, uncommon yet not unattainable. They embarked on a quest, reaching out to antique vendors and collectors across the region in pursuit of their elusive lead. As the investigation gained momentum, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless journalist devoted to uncovering corruption. Her latest assignment had thrust her into the murky realm of a wealthy family entangled in local politics. Following a recent death in the family, disputes over the inheritance had ignited tensions among the siblings, suspicions of manipulation running rife. When Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, was re-interviewed, subtle shifts in his demeanor did not escape their notice. Furtive glances, a tremor in his hands. Rebecca spoke of someone tailing her, he confessed. I dismissed her fears as paranoia fueled by her investigation. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this lead, a second letter materialized, bearing the same typewritten script and blood-stained signature. This time the message bore more weight. She possessed knowledge about the family. The inheritance, the patriarch's demise. It was never my intention for things to escalate to such a tragic end. The trail led them to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they scrutinized the eldest son, Richard. Among his collection of antiques lay several vintage typewriters, a detail that did not elude their scrutiny. His explanations rang rehearsed, too polished to be genuine. A breakthrough surfaced when microscopic fibers on the envelopes were traced back to custom stationery exclusively used by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Under interrogation, Eleanor disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's residence unearthed a concealed chamber harboring incriminating evidence, clippings about Rebecca, surveillance snapshots, and a vintage typewriter identical to the one employed for the letters. The blood analysis conclusively linked it to Rebecca. Unforeseen was the revelation of the clandestine ties between Richard and Michael. Financial records unveiled substantial transactions from Richard to Michael in the lead-up to Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael's facade crumbled. Rebecca unearthed proof that Richard had poisoned his father to expedite his inheritance, he confessed. I informed Richard of her discoveries with the intent to dissuade her from pursuing the story. I never envisioned he would resort to murder. The puzzle neared completion when Eleanor surfaced with a damning recording, a clandestine dialogue capturing Richard and Michael orchestrating Rebecca's fate. Richard's voice rang clear. She must be permanently silenced. In a desperate bid to evade justice, Richard's flight was cut short by his arrest. The prosecution built a damning case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's invaluable recording. Striking a deal, Michael agreed to testify in exchange for leniency. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, deflecting blame onto Michael, yet the weight of evidence was insurmountable. Swiftly, the jury rendered a guilty verdict after mere hours of deliberation. As Richard was led away in restraints, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents in the courtroom. Though no words could assuage their loss, the verdict brought a semblance of peace. The blood-soaked letters lingered in evidence storage, a poignant reminder that even the most meticulously orchestrated crimes leave behind traces, and that contrition, be it authentic or tactical, can unravel the facade of those who deem themselves untouchable. The enigma of Rebecca Warren's case emerged as a pivotal lesson in detective training. illustrating that breakthroughs often stem not from cutting-edge forensics, but from the weight of guilt borne by a perpetrator's conscience and the timeless echo of an old typewriter, whispering the truth in the stillness of the night. Story 17. In a quiet neighborhood, the arrival of an enigmatic package disrupted Sarah Miller's ordinary routine. The box, devoid of any identifying labels, exuded an air of mystery under the gentle touch of morning dew. Although the address matched hers, the name Daniel Whitaker was a stranger to her world. She hesitated, a fleeting moment of doubt, before succumbing to the allure of curiosity. With careful hands, she unsealed the cardboard, half expecting mundane contents. Yet what lay within was far from ordinary, a solitary VHS tape accompanied by a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the dark cassette, its weight bearing an unknown gravity, as if whispering forbidden secrets. The worn edges beneath her fingertips told silent tales of journeys past. The attached note, penned with urgency, hinted at a hidden urgency that resonated beyond the suburban tranquility surrounding her. Unfazed by the mundane symphony of the neighborhood, she carried the mysterious package inside, its presence casting a shadow of unease. The name Daniel Whitaker lingered in her thoughts, a name that held no place in her memory. The tape found its way into her vintage VCR, sparking to life with a crackling static that gradually unveiled a dimly lit room. A man, shrouded in shadows, emerged on the screen, his voice a steady whisper in the silence. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," he began, his words laden with a weight of truth. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." As he spoke, the room around him revealed a life lived on the edge of shadows, a transient existence marked by shadows and secrets. Daniel's eyes bore the burden of sleepless nights and a looming threat, his words etched with desperation. He professed his innocence, a plea amidst the looming specter of a crime he swore he did not commit. Meanwhile, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit as she delved into the case of Catherine Walsh's murder. The discovery of multiple tapes, each bearing Daniel Whitaker's haunting message, unraveled a sinister plot beneath the surface. The puzzle grew complex as whispers of corporate espionage and hidden agendas emerged from the shadows. Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp added a layer of intrigue to the investigation. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a dark underbelly of corruption and manipulation within the pharmaceutical giant. As Ramirez unearthed the truth, a chilling realization dawned: the evidence against Whitaker was a meticulously crafted facade, a veil to conceal the true perpetrators. Sarah Miller's involvement deepened as a second package arrived, unveiling a trove of incriminating documents that shattered the illusion of justice. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Ramirez and Sarah followed Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs, leading them to a storage unit brimming with damning evidence. In a climactic revelation, the truth emerged from the shadows, exposing the machinations of those who sought to silence the voice of justice. The conspirators were unmasked, their careful facade crumbling under the weight of undeniable proof. Justice, elusive yet unwavering, prevailed as the darkness yielded to the light of truth. Daniel Whitaker, once a fugitive marked by false accusations, emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a harrowing ordeal. In a moment of quiet reflection, he and Sarah Miller stood on her porch, the place where their paths had intertwined. The tape, a harbinger of truth, passed from hand to hand, a symbol of resilience in the face of deception. As they parted ways, Sarah pondered the serendipity that had led her to the doorstep of justice. The VHS tapes, now silent witnesses to a tale of intrigue and redemption, stood as a testament to the power of curiosity and the resilience of truth in a world shrouded in shadows. Story 18. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the soft light of dawn. The lone fisherman on the shore was lost in his thoughts, the only sound the gentle lapping of the water against the bank. It was then that he noticed something unusual, a suitcase, bobbing gently near the edge of the water. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a discarded item, perhaps old clothes left behind. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor reached his nostrils, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, its metal edges rusted from exposure to the elements. When it was pried open, it revealed a haunting sight, not clothes, but strands of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the bottom, a chilling note that sent shivers down the fisherman's spine. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed to her nose to ward off the stench that lingered in the air. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her dark hair matted and her pale skin now marked by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked diligently, documenting every detail before the body was carefully removed from the riverbank. What struck Mercer was not just the brutality of the crime, but the eerie care taken with the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. As Mercer delved into Walsh's life, a portrait emerged of a successful real estate agent known for her high-end property sales. Divorced and childless, she lived a seemingly solitary existence in a posh neighborhood. Colleagues described her as driven, meticulous, and fiercely private. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her assistant, raised red flags, especially when she missed a crucial showing that could have secured her largest commission yet. Inside Walsh's meticulously kept home, investigators found a world of order and precision. Every aspect of her life seemed carefully curated, from the designer furniture to the labeled meal containers in the fridge. But a hint of disturbance lay hidden in her office, a slightly open drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry hinted at a lurking danger. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further exploration of Walsh's digital footprint uncovered a series of cryptic messages in her email, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." These messages, sent at precise times from unknown accounts, hinted at a sinister obsession lurking beneath the surface. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, linking the meticulous crime scene staging to Walsh's meticulous life and the ominous messages. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's missing emerald necklace in the possession of a regular customer, Michael Linden, a quiet maintenance worker. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building, often when she was absent. A search of his apartment unveiled a chilling collection of photos of Walsh and other women, all with a striking resemblance, taken without their knowledge. Among these disturbing findings was a hidden shrine dedicated to each victim, meticulously curated with personal items and detailed notes on their lives. In the interrogation room, Linden appeared calm and collected, his demeanor a stark contrast to the horrors he had perpetrated. When confronted with the evidence, he confessed in a chillingly flat tone, revealing his twisted rationale for his heinous acts. To him, the victim's perceived perfection was a facade, a lie he sought to expose and correct through his twisted rituals. The search for the other victims mentioned in Linden's note led investigators to remote locations, where more suitcases revealed the remains of women who had fallen prey to his deranged obsession. As Lyndon faced trial, the full extent of his meticulously planned crimes came to light, sending a shiver through all who heard the chilling details. Families of the victims found closure in his life sentence, but for Mercer, questions lingered about the dark motives that drove Lyndon to such depravity. As the river continued its tranquil journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the horrors that had unfolded along its banks, Mercer sat at her desk in the precinct. Before her lay copies of the haunting notebooks found in Lyndon's possession, a stark reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unexpected places, concealed behind masks of normalcy. In the stillness of the precinct, she pondered the enigma of human nature, where the line between perfection and obsession blurred, and where the shadows of the mind held secrets more chilling than any crime scene. Story 19. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the walls of the old house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from years past. Each photo told a familiar tale of family gatherings and celebrations, mundane yet comforting, until she reached the final image. There, frozen in time, was her living room, as familiar as her own reflection, yet inhabited by strangers. A family unknown to her, their smiles masking the lurking danger in the shadows of the hallway, where a dark figure stood watching, a silent sentinel of the past. Rebecca's fingers traced the edges of the photograph, a shiver running down her spine as she beheld the unsettling scene. Descending the creaking stairs, she carried the photo to the stark light of the kitchen, where the truth of the eerie resemblance between her home and the mysterious family unraveled before her eyes. The walls seemed to close in around her, the air heavy with unspoken secrets, as she grappled with the inexplicable connection to those unknown faces. Enter Detective Morgan, a figure of authority clad in a worn leather jacket, his gaze sharp and unwavering. With a quiet intensity, he delved into the enigma of the photograph, seeking answers in the shadows of the past. The trail led back through layers of time, unveiling a pattern of disappearances stretching back years, each family vanishing without a trace after a year in the house. Through meticulous investigation, a name emerged from the fog of obscurity: the Sutherlands, the missing family from the photograph. Their abrupt departure mirrored a haunting cycle of transient occupants, all swallowed by the house's dark legacy. Forensic analysis painted a chilling picture of a figure lingering in the shadows, a spectral presence tied to the house's sinister history. As the investigation deepened, a macabre truth came to light beneath the concrete of the basement, a burial ground of lost souls, preserved in eternal silence. Among their belongings, a camera bore witness to the family's final moments, captured by an unseen voyeur. The house, now a crypt of unspeakable horrors, whispered of forgotten terrors lurking in its hidden corners. Rebecca, now a reluctant part of the unfolding mystery, found herself ensnared in a web of malevolent forces. The discovery of a hidden chamber in the attic, a sanctuary for the elusive watcher, sent a chill down her spine. The journal within spoke of a chilling prophecy, a foreboding warning of her own impending fate at the hands of an unseen adversary. Seeking refuge in the sanctuary of a hotel room, Rebecca's nights were haunted by phantom whispers and the ominous click of a Polaroid camera, a harbinger of unseen eyes watching her every move. The house, now a specter of its former self, stood as a testament to the darkness that dwelled within its walls, a riddle waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek the truth. And so, the mystery of Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect of terror, remained unsolved, his legacy a haunting reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows of forgotten homes. As new families moved in and out of the cursed abode, a sense of unease lingered, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken the ghosts of the past once more. Story 20: The Enigmatic Imitation. She stood in front of the mirror, her hand gently wiping away the mist, revealing her own reflection. Everything appeared normal at first glance, her face, her attire all familiar. Yet a subtle unease crept in, growing with each passing moment. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that wasn't her own. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. Rebecca Thorne's peculiar journey began in her bathroom, a moment that set off a chain of events that puzzled investigators and cast a shadow over a tranquil community for years to come. In a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca led a solitary life. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she maintained a polite distance from her neighbors while navigating the routines of her existence with unwavering precision. A data analyst by profession, her days were structured by order and routine, devoid of any hint that she would become the enigmatic focal point of a perplexing criminal enigma. The initial disturbances seemed trivial: a misplaced coffee mug, rearranged books, a toothbrush out of place. Rebecca attributed these anomalies to fatigue-induced lapses, the consequence of long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets beneath harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement was triggered when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of unsettling occurrences, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, the incidents were brushed off as potential indicators of mental distress rather than criminal activity. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman haunted by an inexplicable sense of unease within her home. However, the pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the eerie experience in vivid detail, the sensation of her reflection moving independently, the persistent feeling of being observed even in solitude. This time she presented proof, a self-installed security camera trained on her front door. The footage unearthed a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video captured Rebecca departing for work in the morning, only to be followed 20 minutes later by someone identical in appearance, using a key to access her apartment. Forensic scrutiny of the footage unveiled no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. Yet Rebecca was already verified to have been present at her workplace across town, as per time-stamped security footage. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "An individual who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can replicate her with unnerving accuracy." The investigation intensified, revealing fingerprints exclusively belonging to Rebecca throughout her residence. No foreign DNA was detected, and neighbors reported nothing amiss, only the routine comings and goings of Rebecca. Mrs. Keller, a perceptive neighbor, recalled a peculiar encounter with Rebecca, where her greeting was met with silence uncharacteristic but not alarming. As the disturbances escalated, Rebecca meticulously documented each peculiarity. Food vanished from her fridge, her computer showed searches she didn't conduct, and unsettling selfies surfaced on her phone, images she didn't recall capturing, with subtle discrepancies in her expression. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided in Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this facade, pushing me towards the brink of insanity." Breakthrough arrived when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger infiltrated only during Rebecca's scheduled absences for specific appointments, a calculated and targeted surveillance operation orchestrated by an unseen presence. A forensic psychologist proposed a fixation theory, suggesting an individual fixated on embodying Rebecca's life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, were documented in psychological annals. The suspect likely experienced a psychological rupture, fixating on Rebecca as a symbol of desired stability, beauty, success, or normalcy. The focus narrowed on a former colleague, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily's close association with Rebecca and her obsessive remarks on their similarities raised red flags. Post-dismissal, she inundated Rebecca with unsettling emails, hinting at a disturbing kinship between them. Obtaining a warrant, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's residence, uncovering a chilling revelation that transformed the case into a nightmare. A room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with countless images of Rebecca's daily routines: shopping, socializing, unbeknownst to her. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe, with meticulous notes on her habits, mannerisms, and speech. The most unsettling discoveries were the practice videos, showcasing Lily's gradual mastery of mimicking Rebecca's every nuance. "She aspired to be me," a subdued Rebecca murmured, confronted with the stark evidence. "It wasn't mere imitation. She sought to obliterate my very existence. Technological apparatus for replicating keys and access cards, alongside detailed calendars tracking Rebecca's movements, exposed Lily's elaborate scheme." However, Lily's ultimate motive remained enigmatic. Journals retrieved from Lily's residence oscillated between first and third-person narratives, blurring the lines between identities. The chilling final entry alluded to a looming resolution. "Soon, only one of us shall remain the stronger one." Lily eluded capture, vanishing before authorities could apprehend her, leaving behind a void of uncertainty. Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, sequestered in an undisclosed location under continuous surveillance. Authorities meticulously monitored her past haunts for any sign of Lily's return, but the enigma persisted. The narrative took a disquieting turn when a security guard reported an unsettling sighting at Rebecca's former workplace, an exact replica of Rebecca accessing the premises using valid credentials, scouring through her files as though she had never left. While the real Rebecca remained safeguarded in seclusion, Lily had seamlessly assumed her identity, seamlessly slipping into her erstwhile life. The case lingered unresolved, with Lily Winters at large and Rebecca forging a new existence in anonymity. Detective Shaw, haunted by the twin specters of Rebecca and Lily, juxtaposed their likenesses, searching for the subtle divergences that set them apart. The true horror, Shaw reflected to her prot.gs, lies not in the semblance of another to oneself, but in the fervent desire to usurp one's very essence. Our identity is not merely what we present, it is our most cherished possession, safeguarded against those who seek to pilfer it. In the realm where reality and imitation blurred, the enigma of Rebecca and Lily lingered, a haunting testament to the fragility of identity and the depths one might plunge to claim it. Story 21. The tale begins in a quaint costume shop, its shelves bare as it prepared to close its doors for good. Among the remnants of forgotten disguises, a woman's hand reached out to touch a mask resting on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet uncannily lifelike, held an eerie allure that drew her in. The cashier's gaze lingered as she brought it to the counter, his voice barely above a whisper as he uttered, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman checked the mask for a tag, only to find it bare. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the dark fate it carried within its painted facade. That very night, as the world slumbered in quiet repose, a soft rustle disturbed the stillness. A whisper of fabric shifting, almost imperceptible. The woman named Catherine Reed stirred from her slumber to find the mask no longer resting on her dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat on her nightstand, its empty eyes fixed upon her in the dim light of her room. Days later, Catherine's neighbor stumbled upon a chilling scene. The morning sun spilled through the open door, illuminating a home shrouded in shadows. The borrowed book forgotten, the neighbor's eyes fell upon Catherine's lifeless form sprawled on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence a beacon of authority amidst the unsettling stillness. As forensics meticulously documented every detail, a sense of unease lingered in the air, the rhythmic clicks of the camera shutter punctuating the hushed whispers of the investigators. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, his pen scratching against the notepad. The detective's keen eyes scanned the room, absorbing each nuance with a meticulous gaze. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, mundane details that belied the profound mystery of a life extinguished in inexplicable terror. The medical examiner's solemn pronouncement cast a shadow over the investigation. Cause of death unclear at first glance. "No visible wounds, no signs of struggle," he murmured, his gaze fixed on Catherine's frozen expression of sheer horror. "She was scared to death," the detective whispered, her voice barely audible in the somber room. Catherine, known for her expertise as an art appraiser, had lived a life dedicated to unraveling the truth behind intricate facades. Her colleagues spoke of her discerning eye, her ability to discern authenticity in a sea of imitations. The investigation took a chilling turn as security footage from the costume shop revealed a disconcerting truth. The cashier's bafflement at the mask's origin, the owner's denial, all spoke of a sinister undercurrent that eluded rational explanation. Delving deeper, the detective uncovered a dark legacy intertwined with the mask's enigmatic presence. The shop owner's hesitant confessions hinted at a connection to a collector's tragic demise, a series of deaths shrouded in enigmatic circumstances. Forensics unraveled a cryptic clue embedded in Catherine's fingertips, microscopic fibers woven from an otherworldly tapestry. A blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance hinted at a macabre ritual veiled in ancient mysteries. A retired detective, haunted by a past case, shared a revelation that transcended the bounds of reason. Inside each mask lay inscriptions of arcane symbols, a chilling testament to a ritual of soul transference that spanned centuries. The truth unfurled like a sinister tapestry as Catherine's hidden journal shed light on her harrowing descent into a realm of malevolent forces. Her frantic writings spoke of a malevolent entity that lurked within the mask, a predator seeking a vessel to inhabit, a life to consume. The investigation culminated in a revelation as chilling as it was incomprehensible. The medical examiner's final verdict, death by extreme fear, a heart stilled by terror, left the detectives grappling with a primal horror that defied logic. Surveillance footage, a silent witness to the macabre dance of fate, captured a figure shrouded in darkness leaving Catherine's home, a spectral presence wearing her visage like a grotesque masquerade. The hunt for the elusive mask spanned the breadth of the nation, a race against time to prevent another tragedy. Yet, as fate would have it, the mask slipped through their fingers, vanishing into the depths of obscurity once more. The detective, keeper of Catherine's haunting legacy, felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her in the dead of night. A shiver ran down her spine as she locked her windows, secured her doors, a silent vow to guard against the encroaching darkness that hungered for souls. The mask, a harbinger of ancient evils, lay dormant in wait, its empty gaze fixed upon a world ripe for its malevolent embrace. And as the night whispered its secrets, a chilling truth lingered in the shadows. The mask would rise again, a specter of terror seeking a new host to ensnare in its web of nightmares. Story 22. The worn wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, alerting her to its hidden secret. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing a concealed space below. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, uncovering a dark, mysterious void beneath the foundation of her new home. Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss, her heart racing with a mix of fear and curiosity. Detective Morgan Reed stood by her side, a beacon of calm in the swirling uncertainty. The flashlight's beam pierced the darkness, revealing a chilling truth hidden beneath the surface. Photographs adorned the walls, snapshots of Sarah, captured in moments of unsuspecting vulnerability. Surveillance images meticulously chronicled her daily routines, her interactions, her life laid bare for a stranger's obsessive gaze. The small cottage, once belonging to the enigmatic Walter Green, held secrets darker than Sarah could have imagined. The property's past whispered tales of solitude and obsession, of a man consumed by a fixation that transcended death. As investigators combed through the hidden chamber, a sinister timeline unfurled. Walter's obsession with Sarah spanned years, a twisted dance of proximity and anonymity. His meticulous preparations hinted at a disturbing conclusion, a fate narrowly averted by a chance discovery. The revelation of Walter's past sent tremors through the investigation. A history of delusion and fixation, dormant for decades, reignited by a chance encounter with Sarah. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a portrait of a man driven by a dangerous obsession, a longing for a connection that existed only in his fractured mind. The trail led to a storage unit, a shrine to Sarah's existence meticulously recreated in eerie detail. Furniture mirrored her old life, a haunting reflection of a reality twisted by one man's distorted desires. A calendar marked a fateful date, a chilling reminder of a plan interrupted by fate. As the case closed, Sarah made a decision to leave behind the tainted echoes of the past, seeking solace in a new beginning far from the shadows of her former home. Detective Reed watched over her from afar, a silent guardian against the lingering specter of danger. The cottage passed into new hands, its secrets buried beneath fresh layers of paint and polish. Life carried on, but for those who knew the truth, the memory of the hidden room beneath the floor lingered, a cautionary tale of unseen peril, of fragile boundaries between safety and darkness, of the fragile threads that bind us to the unknown. Story 23, The Mystery of the Whispering House. She had a desire to freshen up the nursery before the new baby's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a color that whispered of bygone tales embedded within its layers. With each stroke of the brush, the white paint uncovered something hidden beneath letters, faint at first, then growing bolder and more defined, a message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar: tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, too high up for any child to have reached. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan household marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style residence just months earlier at a surprisingly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned only minor cosmetic issues, neglecting to disclose the property's shadowy past. Detective Sarah Klein, clutching her notebook, rang the doorbell. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath the speckles of paint on her overalls. Dark circles enveloped her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremor in the woman's hands as she recounted finding the message and the mysterious handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman revealed. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night. No moving truck, just essentials packed into their car. Accompanied by the woman, Detective Klein traversed the historic abode, the floorboards creaking underfoot. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the message still visible where the paint job had been hastily abandoned. Beside it, 5 child-sized handprints pressed into the fresh paint, positioned at the height of an adult's shoulders. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed hands 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. More unsettling were the child welfare reports concerning 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and the sensation of being watched as they slumbered. The detective delved further, seeking construction records and historical accounts. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time assumed they had fled, a common occurrence for orphans of that era. When Eleanor passed away, renovators unearthed a sealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Inside, they discovered children's belongings: tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no remains. The case grew cold, consigned to dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, assembling a chilling narrative. Each family with children recounted eerie incidents: toys rearranged overnight, the echo of childish laughter in empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the cryptic writings surfaced. The message varied slightly among accounts: don't let them find you, don't make a sound, don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always unveiled during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist analyzed the writing and matched it to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More disconcerting were the handprints uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children inhabiting the dwelling. The investigation took a macabre turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings: 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's proportions. Breaking through the concrete, workers unearthed a grim confirmation: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic examination revealed that the children had perished during Eleanor's tenure in the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly absconded. Luminol was sprayed throughout the nursery on the detective's orders. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless prints at various heights, as if the children had strived to escape. Eleanor's journals, retrieved from county archives, unveiled her twisted beliefs. She believed orphan children harbored special spiritual energy. By imprisoning them in the secret room, she aimed to absorb their life force and prolong her existence. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims, rectifying their status from runaways to murder victims. The house sat vacant thereafter, the expectant couple refusing to return, even to retrieve their possessions. Detective Klein submitted her final report, featuring images of the luminous handprints and the concealed message. She remarked that while justice had been served for the original victims, an enigma lingered within that house, something that persisted in reaching out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were torn down during the decontamination process, yet workers attested to hearing children's whispers emanating from the wreckage. Each worker declined to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, becoming another unsolved case in a forgotten file, a tangible resolution but spiritual quandaries left unanswered. The detective retained one photograph from the investigation, 5 luminous handprints glowing in the shadows, a haunting reminder that certain transgressions leave indelible marks that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 24, The Tale of the Hidden Room. The aged library, slated for destruction, was on the brink of vanishing when a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the massive case swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway that led to a secret chamber. The air within was dense, untouched for decades, carrying whispers of the past. Devoid of furniture, there stood only a solitary chair at the center, firmly bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, the haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The foreman overseeing the demolition swiftly radioed for the authorities. What had started as a routine task took a sinister turn as Detective Morgan Walsh arrived on the scene. Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself facing a mystery unlike any other. Standing in the doorway, his flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the chilling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating through the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until the forensics team arrives." The history of the building added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding drama. Once owned by the prominent Harrington family, the library had been a gift to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind no trace save for her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches, the case grew cold, with theories suggesting she had fled her life, a notion vehemently rejected by her family. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples ensnared in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered within the scratches on the wall, hinting at a grim struggle. Initial analysis hinted at a young female origin. "This chair was meant for confinement," the analyst remarked, pointing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fiercely. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, fixated on the timing of the library's donation. A peculiar connection emerged merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance. The building was handed over to the public. Further digging unearthed troubling details. The hidden room's bookshelf had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and family patriarch. Financial records pointed to exorbitant payments to the contractor, far beyond standard renovation expenses. Former staff members expressed shock at the revelation, with an elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's solitary sojourns in that section of the library after hours. Maxwell insisted that area remain untouched, she recounted. He claimed the original woodwork was priceless. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA tests linked samples from the hidden room to Rebecca's hairbrush. The unsettling truth began to unfold. Rebecca had not vanished voluntarily. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a journal hidden in Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled his disturbing fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling entry. She was a threat. I had to contain her. Confronted with the evidence, Maxwell's fa-de crumbled. She knew too much, he confessed coldly. I couldn't risk exposure. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, intending to silence her. When she resisted, he resorted to violence, sealing her fate within the hidden room. Excavation beneath the chamber's floor confirmed Rebecca's tragic end. The Harrington family, bearing the weight of their dark secret, witnessed Maxwell's sentencing. Rebecca's recovered bracelet, a poignant relic of her lost life, was the only memento they could lay to rest. The library, once destined for destruction, now stood as a somber memorial, a testament to justice served and a life reclaimed. Community members paid tribute with flowers, honoring a soul silenced too soon. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's message on the walls ensured her enduring presence. Though gone, she whispered, I am still here, a haunting reminder that some truths can never be buried, waiting patiently behind a bookshelf for the light of justice to prevail. Story 25, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the still air of the abandoned Victorian. The house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. As she wandered through the corridors, each door she opened led her back to the same parlor, like a haunting loop she couldn't escape. The only way out was the way she came, but when she turned, the front door had vanished into thin air. Detective Sarah Lind entered the Victorian, now a crime scene after the discovery of Morgan Pierce's body. Shadows lingered in the dim interior as forensic technicians moved quietly like specters. The house had gained notoriety for its mysterious aura, where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers filled the air. But now, the secrets hidden within its walls were far more sinister than local folklore. The initial examination indicates she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely breaking the silence. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan sat in the parlor, serene in an antique chair, her gaze fixed on the entrance as if awaiting a guest. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The scene held a chilling stillness that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who found the body. Her partner replied, a real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained empty since the passing of its previous owner, the leaner Blackwood, years ago. Legal disputes had left it abandoned, forgotten by all but those seeking thrills in its eerie confines. Morgan, a curious graduate student, had a penchant for investigating architectural anomalies. Her journal revealed her fascination with the Victorian's enigmatic properties, strange echoes, inexplicable cold spots, and doors that led to different places with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of capturing these anomalies with specialized equipment that was now missing without a trace. During the investigation, a peculiar detail emerged from Morgan's autopsy, a rare alkaloid in her system. known for inducing disorientation and vivid visions, but not in lethal doses. She wasn't one for recreational substances, her boyfriend stated firmly. Morgan was meticulous in her methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her work knowingly. Deleted messages on Morgan's phone hinted at a mysterious connection, a person who shared her intrigue for the house and its enigmas. The exchanges grew cryptic and intimate, discussing the house as if it held ancient secrets waiting to be unveiled. "The house remembers," one message whispered. "It yearns to be understood." The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had corresponded with Morgan. He spoke of the house's deceptive design, crafted to confuse and disorient those who dared to explore its depths. Despite their closeness, Reeves had an alibi for the time of Morgan's passing, confirmed by security footage from a distant lecture. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, revealing a dark family secret. Generations had perished in the Victorian, always found in the parlor, always at peace. They called it the claiming, a fate that befell those who lingered too long within its walls. A hidden compartment behind the fireplace unveiled a chamber of ancient artifacts, centered around a worn figurine symbolizing a deity of liminal spaces. The alkaloid residue matched that found in Morgan's system, linking her fate to a force beyond comprehension. Dust patterns hinted at another presence in the house, fingerprints of an unknown origin lingering on doorknobs. Weeks later, Adam Reeves was discovered in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's peaceful posture with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that unlocked the hidden compartment in the Victorian, a key to mysteries unsolved and realities uncharted. In his final message, Reeves confessed, "The house ensnares not the body, but the mind. Once you see through its illusions, you can depart at will, but by then the allure is too strong to resist." The case remained open, a puzzle unsolved, as the condemned Victorian stood silent, its secrets buried within its walls. Rumors swirled of lights flickering on moonless nights, of visitors who vanished within its confines, never to return. Some believed the house claimed those who delved too deep into its mysteries, while others whispered of ancient powers lurking in the shadows, unseen yet profoundly felt. The truth lingered like a dream, just out of reach, in a house where all doors led back to the beginning, trapping those who dared to seek the unknown. Story 26, the aging apartment held more than just its share of quirks, pipes groaning in the night, floorboards whispering secrets with every cautious step. The newest resident, however, sensed something different in the air. The rhythm of the footsteps above her was too precise, too intentional, yet she resided on the very top floor. One evening, summoning her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound abruptly ceased, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Then a single knock echoed back from within the very confines of the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the peculiar incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building or perhaps a stray creature venturing into the attic space. Despite the relentless nightly footsteps that traversed her ceiling in a methodical cadence, she adapted. She cranked up the volume on her television, donned headphones at bedtime, anything to muffle the unsettling footfalls that mapped unseen paths in the darkness above. Detective Morris entered the scene when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to address a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a narrow passage that defied the building's original blueprint. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, abandoned water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small journal. The building's superintendent promptly alerted the authorities. Accompanied by his partner, Detective Rivera, Morris found the maintenance worker visibly shaken, repeating the same chilling phrase, "Someone dwells within the walls, someone watches." The journal meticulously chronicled Sarah Coleman's every move, her daily routine, visitors, meals, TV preferences, bathing habits, and sleep patterns. The handwriting, initially orderly, descended into chaos towards the final entries, interspersed with enigmatic symbols. "The subject disregards my signals," the last page read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams meticulously combed the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints unmatched in any database. A labyrinth of concealed passages within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades, was unveiled. These passages led to 5 different apartments, but terminated in discrete observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures, only one belonging to Sarah Coleman. Interviews with current tenants yielded no alarming accounts beyond the usual sounds of communal living. Former residents, however, painted a contrasting narrative. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's unit recounted feeling an unseen gaze upon them or hearing inexplicable movements. One had swiftly vacated after a mere fortnight. The apprehension peaked when microscopic blood spatter was detected in one of the crawl spaces, ultimately linked to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. Recollections from neighbors indicated Martin's complaints about disturbances from the apartment above, attributed to a reserved man named Edward. Edward's abrupt departure following a confrontation with Martin prompted a reevaluation of his past. A recurring pattern emerged. Edward had resided in various top-floor apartments, maintained minimal social ties, and vanished without a trace. A neighbor from his previous abode described him as intense, fixated on the need for silence. Property records unveiled his acquisition of secluded rural property. Upon investigating the remote cabin on his property, detectives unearthed a chilling trove of evidence. Walls adorned with photographs and notes depicting past residents from multiple apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Diagrams detailing ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Detailed journals chronicling specimen observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard showcased newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former residents of Edward's previous dwellings. Beneath the board, gouges on the floor hinted at a weight dragged repeatedly. Beyond the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil, revealing multiple graves. As forensic specialists endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces were sealed off, sporadic noises persisted. During security system installations, workers stumbled upon a peculiar discovery, a newer journal tucked near the ceiling wall juncture in the hallway. The initial page bore a chilling message. They uncovered my old sanctuary, but not my current abode. The penmanship mirrored the previous journal, culminating in a hand-drawn layout of Sarah's apartment, highlighting a new passage in crimson ink and a date for that very night. Urgency gripped the officers as they sought to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence vacant. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television humming softly. The shower ran, steam clouding the bathroom mirror. Slowly a message materialized, etched by an unseen hand. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been displaced, a silent invitation into a hidden realm. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, continued. His expertise as a construction worker specializing in renovations facilitated the creation of his covert network of passages and observation points. Thermal scans revealed no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remained a mystery, her case intertwined with vanishing acts across state lines. Authorities issued alerts to apartment managers about illicit modifications and concealed spaces. For Detective Morris, the lingering image wasn't the graves or the harrowing journals or even the unsuspecting residents captured in photographs. It was the specter of Sarah, besieged by nocturnal footsteps in a supposedly unoccupied realm above her, the echoes that halted at her request and then answered back. Sometimes in the quiet of his home, Detective Morris gazes at his ceiling, attuned to the hushed whispers of the night, waiting, wondering who else might be listening in the silence. Story 27. It came in the post, nestled in a simple envelope with no sender's details. A single brass key weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, upon laying eyes on it, couldn't place its origin, yet a sense of déjà vu washed over her. She tested it in every lock she owned, but it refused to budge. It did not belong to her. Placing it on the coffee table, the ancient grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a solitary, eerie chime despite its long-standing state of disrepair. Sarah Miller, perplexed by the strange occurrence, promptly notified the authorities upon discovering the enigmatic key. What initially appeared as a peculiar mishap soon unfurled into one of the most disconcerting criminal investigations the tranquil suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer at first brushed off her concerns. A key in the mail, likely a mix-up, he proposed. However, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, more to pacify her than out of genuine conviction, sealing it in a small evidence bag that would later become pivotal in an expansive inquiry. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A seasoned investigator with a special victims unit, he possessed a knack for discerning cases that transcended their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet strangely unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah bore no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 grown children residing across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media footprint. She appeared to be precisely who she professed, an unwitting recipient of something out of the ordinary. Forensic scrutiny unveiled no fingerprints on the key aside from Sarah's. The envelope divulged nothing beyond a standard postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no tangible evidence. The key itself, a run-of-the-mill Schlage, procurable at any hardware store, though well used and aged at least several years. The breakthrough materialized unexpectedly when Detective Harmon opted to run the key's distinct bidding pattern through the department's database. A cold case from 7 years past had cataloged an identical key pattern linked to a storage unit where investigators had uncovered blood-stained carpet, cutting implements, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to insufficient evidence to pinpoint a suspect. Harmon delved into the dusty case files. The detective who had led the case had long since retired. The storage unit had been leased under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had been overwritten long ago. The evidence amassed had yielded partial DNA samples, yet no matches in any criminal repository. The photographs salvaged from the storage unit depicted 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the initial investigation, all reported missing but never located. Their cases lingered open, designated as suspected homicides sans bodies. Sarah Miller failed to recognize any of the women when presented with the photographs. Her anxiety heightened as the investigation progressed, prompting her to fortify her home with new locks and a security system. The looming question persisted: why had someone dispatched this key to her? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence employing modern techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and cross-referenced in genealogical databases, yielding a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Tracing backward through family trees, investigators honed in on Harold Jenkins, who had resided 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until relocating about 6 years back. His current whereabouts remained a mystery. Further inquiries unveiled that Jenkins had served as a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though their documented interactions were minimal. His work history exhibited sporadic employment, prolonged unaccounted-for gaps, and frequent moves. His former abode revealed nothing out of the ordinary upon inspection. Neighbors depicted him as reserved, unassuming, someone who kept to himself, a familiar narrative that often follows revelations about predators lurking in plain sight. The burning question lingered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon posited it could be a keepsake, a threat, or maybe a grim invitation. The pursuit of Jenkins escalated. His driver's license had lapsed, no credit card transactions, no tax filings. The digital traces individuals typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, hinting at a deliberate effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case unfurled when authorities probed a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the aged wooden floorboards, investigators stumbled upon a concealed chamber accessible solely via a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously arranged shelves housed numerous identical brass keys, each bearing a name and date etched on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, hinted at a chilling implication of additional victims hitherto unknown to law enforcement. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams unearthed human remains. The excavation persisted for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying stages of decay. Sarah received constant protection as the nationwide manhunt for Jenkins unfolded. Behavioral analysts theorized that the key symbolized a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to acknowledge his art. The media dubbed him the Keymaster, a moniker that swiftly circulated in national headlines. Fear gripped the community as residents grappled with how such horror had lurked among them unnoticed. Tracking dogs traced a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search parties scoured dense forested areas. Thermal imaging drones canvassed terrain deemed too perilous for ground teams. The manhunt burgeoned into one of the most extensive in regional annals. A wildlife photographer trekking through remote woods captured a snapshot of an individual resembling Jenkins. The grainy image depicted a bearded man with vacant eyes toting a backpack, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Authorities zeroed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical units navigated challenging terrain while psychological profilers anticipated Jenkins would not surrender. They foresaw he might have readied for this scenario with concealed provisions and escape routes. The final showdown materialized when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to traverse a river. Instead of yielding, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators endeavored to establish communication for hours to no avail. When tactical teams eventually breached the tower, they discovered Jenkins lifeless from a self-inflicted injury. Beside his body lay a journal chronicling detailed accounts of his atrocities, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Within a waterproof container, investigators unearthed additional evidence, including photos, maps pinpointing burial sites, and personal effects pilfered from victims, an intricately preserved chronicle of heinous acts spanning almost a decade. The final entry in the journal addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I observed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I desired to bestow upon you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation unveiled a total of 32 victims. Families who had agonized over missing loved ones for years finally garnered closure, though the relief was tainted by the burden of confirmed tragedy. Sarah refrained from returning to her residence, unable to reconcile the proximity of horror to her mundane existence. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was scrutinized and found to house a discreet wireless receiver Jenkins had been observing, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case endures as one of the most disturbing illustrations of predatory behavior concealed beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers persist in analyzing Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar malefactors before they strike. And somewhere within an evidence vault, a trove of brass keys rests as silent witnesses to lives cut short, each key opening naught, but unveiling a harrowing truth about the darkness that sometimes lurks behind unassuming facades.